Good morning again. We are with the images from Rio Maior, Portugal, at the start of the last day of the Under 18 World Water Polo Championships. This is the fight for 15th place between Singapore and Colombia. This is Rio Shirahama's team: Yeo Ang Chua, Huang Yeo Go, Rohaizad Saik Vaswani, Lo Cho Sei Yuan and Go. A team by Mario Ochoa. Team of Colombia is Areza Gomez Salazar, Restrepo Levi Forero, Ariza Zapata, Gomez Aristizabal, Serna, Gomez Solarte, Vasquez Yarse, and Vasquez. After a long tournament, it is now time for the final match of these teams, and we are of course expecting an interesting match between Singapore and Colombia. Singapore led by Rio Shirahama, who is a well-known coach in Asia. Apart from under 18, he also worked on some additional camps, and he's a national men's youth development coach for Singapore Aquatics, and also coach of water polo Singapore. On the other side, it is Mario Ochoa leading Colombia in this tournament. And we will see what will happen in this match. And here is Rio Shirahama, and we can see that some parts of the type of play that is accustomed to Japanese style of play. Some of those ideas of play are brought into the Singapore, and we will see what will happen in this match against Colombia. This is the first match of the day. After this one, there is going to be a match for the 13th place between Australia and Brazil. After that, China, Canada, New Zealand, Turkey, Hungary, Italy, and Greece, Serbia. And last two matches are for the medals. For the bronze, it is Montenegro against Spain, and the final at the last match of the tournament, it's going to be a final for the gold between United States of America and Croatia. Almost all is ready for the start of this match. Of course, players are ready, waiting for this, and let's see what happens. Singapore with white caps, Colombia with blue, and both teams, of course, trying to avoid 16th place, and we will see what will happen today. Mario Ochoa leading Colombia is in the frame, also waiting for the start of this match. There are a few more minutes before the match starts, and that gives us a chance to see what has happened with these two teams during the tournament. Colombia started in Group C with New Zealand and Singapore, and these two teams have already met, and it was a tough match between these two. It was at the beginning practically of the competition, third match of the tournament, and it was 16-15 Singapore win in a match where Singapore was leading 12-7 at the halftime, and Colombia managed to come very close, and it was 14-13 at the end of the third quarter, and that one goal advantage stayed, and Singapore got the win in that match. After that, Singapore was in a group with Australia, Argentina, and Hong Kong, and they won against Hong Kong and against Argentina. And Colombia was also in Group H with Brazil, South Africa, and Portugal, and got 2 wins against South Africa and Portugal. All is now almost ready for the start of this match. And here comes the first swim off with Gabriel Lowe winning this first swim off, and it is Singapore starting the match with possession and trying to find the space immediately. Good idea, but also good defensive reaction from the Colombians, who will now have a chance to attack first. Juan Arreza on the goal, trying to find a quick pass to Vasquez. Vasquez for Aristizabal. And Colombians were waiting for center to be ready, and now a foul, but it is last second of the attack, and no luck for the Colombians. This was, I believe, a good save from Singapore goalkeeper. No, just a bar. Show. And now first exclusion in this match, and the first man-up situation for Singapore. And here comes the first goal. And it is Singapore's best scorer, Matthias Go, that was left alone on the center position, and he had just too much space, and he used it well. 1-0 for Singapore. Salazar, and a quick respond from Marcus Gomez for 1-1. Another attempt from Singapore, and they have found space, but the shot was not good enough. It finished on the bar. Another 18 seconds for Singapore, and another shot that finishes on the post. And in the end, it is Colombia possession with a chance maybe to counter. While we watch a rerun of that Singapore attempt, another try from the Colombians, but the pressure on the player with the ball was too high. And now 5 seconds to go. Somebody will need to shoot, maybe a lob, and it finishes on the post. It was Aristizabal, I believe, that was trying to shoot, and now The Singapore goalkeeper Evan Say brings the ball back into play, while we are watching again that last attempt. Gabriel Low, a quick pass to Cho, and Cho went into the unknown and a good reaction from Areza, who came out of the goal to steal it, and Colombia has another chance. 3 minutes of play in the first quarter with Sebastian Zapata. Excellent pass, but 2-meter violation, and it's no goal. And Singapore is trying to respond quickly with Rohaiza. There is a player on the left wing, and a great chance now for Singapore, and it is 2-1. Saik, Justin Kinyan Saik, with a good arrival in front of Colombia's goal to score for another Singapore lead. Colombians still trying to find space, both teams without a proper center. Again, ball finishes on the post, and it is Singapore possession with Rohaizad, I believe, on the left wing, while we look for that previous attack. It is already Singapore counter, but quickly stopped, and another foul on the outside position on Yuan. Cho can shoot from here, but he was fouled. Maybe now, 10 seconds to go. And he was moving after the foul, and the referees give the ball to Colombia. There is a player on the left wing, and here is a chance, but a great mistake from Serna. And now Say waiting for somebody to turn around, and it should have been Cho on the right wing. He has now the ball, maybe even a chance to shoot from here, but he stayed far, and Areza saves. First save for the Colombian goalkeeper, and another 18 seconds for Singapore. And again, Areza must react. This was a decent shot from the left outside position. Both teams not relying on center play for obvious reasons. But they will try now with Saik, who had a couple of good moves in this tournament. Not this time. Coming in from the right wing, Areza with the ball. Is this position to shoot from? Yes. But also a good save from Evan Say. Colombia will keep possession for 10 more seconds. One of their players was already trying to cover in defense, and another shot from 7-8 meters that goes by the goal. It stays 2-1 for Singapore. Yuan. A good a bit too fast. The ball slipped, went a bit too high for the Singapore center. So 2.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Singapore still leads 2-1. And a good reaction in defense, and a stolen ball, and a chance to maybe counter. It was Matthias' goal with a very good reaction, and now a chance, a very good chance that finishes without a foul, because the Singapore player was expecting a penalty to be whistled, but there was a Colombian player in front of him. Juan Areza still waiting to distribute. And somebody needs to open. Almost lost it and did lost it. It was Nicolas Vasquez that could not stand the pressure from Russell Yuan, who is now leading the ball on the right wing with maybe a chance to counter. Yuan will be left alone, but he finds an open player, and it is 3-1 for Singapore. A well executed 6-on-5 counter attack. And it is Saik again, a good start of the match for Justin Saik. Not a good defensive reaction for Colombians because they had two players defending center on the 2-meter line, and Saik was left alone. 3-1 for Singapore. Again, a good start of the match for Ryo Shirahama's team. And pressing brings fruits again. Another stolen ball and another good situation to try to finish. But a quick foul stops this quick arrival. And again, Singapore trying to find space. And they find it again from Yuan. It is 4-1. 42 seconds to go in the first quarter. Seventh goal of the tournament for Russell Yuan, and Singapore leads 4-1. A lot of problems for Colombia at the start of the match. Can they use this opportunity? No. Singapore in zonal defense for a moment, and then another attempt from outside goes by the post, and 22 seconds to go in the first quarter. Singapore is trying again, last attack of the quarter. 10 seconds to go, maybe a chance to shoot now. And it finishes on the post. Is it enough time for a shot? Gomez tried from his own half, but no luck for Colombian team. 4-1 for Singapore after 8 minutes of play. A similar start to the match to the previous one in the group that Singapore won in the end. It finished 16-15. A small break. Waiting for the start of the second quarter with Singapore leading 4-1 after first 8 minutes, and it is Gabriel Lowe that wins the first swim of first 8 minutes without a penalty for both teams. And now a good pass and maybe a chance to see a first penalty in this match and the first personal foul in 9th minute of the match. Is it Areza that was deemed guilty? Five one for Singapore, and it was Matthias goal, his second goal. Will we see a response? A good pass to the center position, ordinary foul on the Colombian player, but a quick pass and here is a goal. I believe this is Lucas Levy, but let's wait for a second. No, it is Marcus Gomez that scores. Second goal for Gomez. A quick reaction before Singapore defense was ready. Rohaizad with the ball. Singapore trying to use this open space and they use it well. 6-2 for Singapore with a good cut from Saik again, his third goal in this match after Ang passed him the ball at the right moment. Again, good reaction in defense from Singapore that has almost managed to steal the ball again. 10 seconds to go and the press is working for Singapore. Another stolen ball and a chance to, could be an exclusion, no. And now the ball comes for Rohaizad and Rohaizad is stopped and it is a penalty. Foul from Salazar. And now it is Jung Chao that is going to take this penalty, a lefty. And he scores for 7-2. A bad start for Colombia, again similar to that previous match they have played. And now a very good pass and reaction from Colombia, 7-3. And it is Gomez again. Marcus Gomez, goal number 3. Still bringing a little bit of hope for the Colombians that they can come back in this match. But they would need to score a lot more. Actually, they would need to start defending better. Last seconds, Areza saves this, save number 3, but another 18 seconds for Singapore. Yuan bringing the ball back. Good exit from the goal from Juan Areza. And again, same choice for no reaction again from the referees. Colombian player was trying to get to the ball, he could not make it. Another attempt by the Singaporeans to quickly finish, but stopped with a foul. 9 seconds to go in this attack. And now an exclusion for the Colombians. And a quick punishment comes from the left wing, and it is 8-3 for Singapore after Gabriel Low scores. And a good pass and a good finish. Colombians are starting to find ways to score, mostly from 2-meter line. And it was again Marcus Gomez. Goal number 4 for Colombia, the only scorer in this match for Colombia. Quick pass to the right wing again, and here is a chance to shoot from outside. And what do referees say? Offensive foul. Is there a place to counter? Not at the moment, but Colombia center is already in position and receives the ball that crosses the line. And who is the scorer? Same guy again, I believe. Yeah, Marcus Gomez. 5 goals at the start of the match for Marcus Gomez. That is bigger, stronger, wider than the Singaporean center backs that are guarding him, and he has already scored 5 goals in 1.5 quarter to bring Colombia to a 3-goal deficit. 3:46 to go in the second quarter. Rohaizad, no luck with this pass. Areza will wait for the right wing to get open, and here comes the ball. Can they pass it to Marcus Gomez again? Singapore will try to zone defense and to stop these attempts from Colombia to pass the ball to the center. They try to another player, and it brings fruit, and it is Nicolas Vasquez to score his 11th goal of the tournament, and it is 8-6, and Colombia is officially back in this match after Singapore had a 5-1, 6-2, 8-3 advantage, plus 5 mid second quarter, and this 3-goal run from Colombia brought them back into this match with a lot of time to play. And now Colombia manages to take the ball without a foul. Areza. And Say came out of the goal, and Colombians use it. It is 8-7 with Marcus Gomez running havoc in the Singapore defense. Out of 7 goals scored by Colombia in this match, 6 have the signature of this player, Marcus Gomez, for 8-7. Complete copy and paste of the first match between these two nations. In the first match in the group, Singapore also had a large advantage that Colombia managed to cut. Let's see what happens this time. Gomez already waiting for the ball. 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. An attempt to bring the ball to the center did not work this time. So Evan Say with the ball. Ciao. And again, not a good pass. And the ball is with Juan Areza. Minute and a half to go in the second quarter. No luck with the lob. That was saved by Say, but Colombia stays in possession. They could shoot from here, and they do, with an amazing turnaround that finishes in the net. It is 8-8. A great move from Zapata. I hope we see this again. Nobody was expecting Zapata to finish with this type of shot. That surprised everybody. A minute to go in the second quarter. Chow is waiting for space to open, with Singapore trying to find an open player that could take a shot. This is a position that can be used, but another defensive mistake from Colombia that Singapore doesn't use. Ball finished on the post, I believe, and now Colombia attacking with the possibility to lead, but they will have 23 seconds until the end of the second quarter, and Mario Ochoa reacts and calls for a timeout. Great opportunity for Colombian team to prepare the next attack and finish the first half in the lead. Let's see what happens. let's see this last attack. 20 seconds to go, but only 13 of them are left for Colombians. Attacking, and now a player comes out of the post, and they will have maybe a chance to shoot from outside. 1 second to go, and Colombia scores. And it is Zapata again, I believe, and Colombia leads. It is Sebastian Zapata Beltran. Two important goals for Zapata, finishing this second quarter on a high, and great turnaround. Mid second quarter, Singapore had an 8-3 lead, and after that came 6 goals from Colombia, 6-0 run with 3 goals from Marcus Gomez, 2 goals from Zapata, and 1 goal from Vasquez with 50% accuracy. But as you can see, 4 goals scored from center position for Colombia. We take a small break, and we are back at the start of the third quarter. Third quarter starts with another swim off. We have seen so far Singapore taking the ball, and it happens again after a great Colombian comeback in the second part of the second quarter. We are now expecting to see what Singapore can do, and they have a chance here, and they use this chance. After a left wing that was left alone, and the quick goal brings Singapore to 9-9, and it was Gabriel Lowe. Second goal for Gabriel Lowe. Zapata. Not a good pass from Zapata. But Colombia will have another 18 seconds. And Colombia leads again with another quick execution after a pass. 10-9 for Colombia, and who else? Goal number 7 for Marcus Gomez. And this was a poor reaction in defense for Singapore. You cannot leave main attacking threat from the opposition left alone like this. Chow with the chance, and it is 10-10. And it was Young Chow. Second goal for Chow. The match is, let's say, settled now, but naive mistake from Colombian team now, and good reaction in defense from Singapore, and they have 14 seconds now, maybe on the second post, no? Good block, and the shot was anyway inside the 5 meters, and it wouldn't count. Not a good pass for Colombian counter-attack, and now Singapore responds, but a good save from Areza, saves Colombia this time, save number 4. Not a good pass, good reaction again in defense. Another stolen ball by the Singapore team. Can they punish? No. But it is still Singapore in attack, and now comes a very good shot. Singapore is leading again, 11-10. It was Matthias Go. Third goal for Matthias Go. Colombia with 2 centers, Zapata, and Zapata sends the ball over the bar. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. And a good defensive reaction and exclusion in the meantime for Singapore team. It was Chow. And a nice shot that did not finish in the net. It bounced off the post with Go trying to push his team to use this opportunity. And now a chance for Go. And Go scores, and Singapore has a 2-goal advantage again. Fourth goal for Matthias Go. Good reaction from Evan Say on the Singapore goal. It stays at 12-10, 3:58 to go in the third quarter. And Marcos Gomez was trying, and Marcos Gomez manages to keep the ball. Ordinary foul, they need to shoot quickly, not a good pass, and now a chance for Singapore to counter and to get a 3-goal advantage with Yuan pushing. Yuan wants to finish this alone, and it is a penalty. He had an open teammate on the left side, decided to go alone. Not an easy thing to master for Mario Ochoa, but he has challenged something, probably in the previous attack. This is the moment. There was a player in front of Marcos Gomez, and that is the reason this cannot be a penalty. Or was a player in front of him. I would say he came from behind. A good catch from Coach Ochoa. Let's see what the referees decide. This is taking a bit of time. The referee is trying to make sure. Let's have another look. It was Saik in front of him, and then another player that kicked the hand. And penalty worked, and challenge worked, and now there is not going to be a penalty for Singapore to lead 13-10. It's going to be a penalty for Colombia to reduce the deficit, and they do it. Number 12, Nicolas Vasquez, second goal for Vasquez. Good reaction in defense from Areza. The goalkeeper managed to exit the goal at the right time and to take possession. And instead of Singapore leading with a 3-goal advantage, it is now all open again. 12-11, 3-10-24 to go in this quarter. Nicolas Gomez with the pass to the center position, and we already know who is there. Marcus David Gomez, goal number 7 for, no, goal number 8 for Marcus Gomez. Out of 12 that Colombia has scored. And no shot from the first attempt. 7 seconds to go. Singapore tried to play with 2 centers and they have earned an exclusion. And it is Singapore timeout. And a quick reaction from Singapore after timeout, and it is 13-12 for Singapore. It was Saik again. His first goal in the second half, 4th goal in this match. He came from post position and scored 2:38 to go. Good reaction in defense from Singapore this time. And now they had a great chance that finished with a foul in the end. Colombia steals the ball. Areza trying to speed it up. Nothing from this attempt. Ball went over the goal. 1:56 to go. And it is Singapore attempt to find the center. And it is going to be Nicolas Gomez exclusion. And a good save in the meantime from Juan Areza. Save number 5. Seven seconds to go. And they need to shoot, and it finishes on the post, but Singapore player is first on the rebound. And it is 14-12 for Singapore. Saik again, goal number 5. A lot of luck for Saik this time, and Singapore with a 2-goal advantage. This game had so many ups and downs. Colombia was losing 8-3 and then finished the second quarter with a 9-8 advantage. And now Singapore has created a 2-goal advantage in less than 5 minutes of play. Another good reaction in defense, and it is an exclusion. That Singapore punishes quickly. Sebastian Zapata was excluded, and Jung Chao with his third goal gets Singapore into a 3-goal advantage. It was 10-10 after 2 minutes of play in the third quarter. Another challenge by Ochoa. It could be a brutality. Let's see. Here comes this possible kick or a hit from number 10 Singapore. The question is it intentional hit or just a Singapore player trying to swim? And the second question is, does it matter, is it intentional or not intentional? The problem for Singapore is if they decide that this is a brutality, they will be without a player for 4 minutes, and Colombia will have a penalty. Judging by the Colombian coach's reaction, it is a no violent action. And 15-12 for Singapore, last minute of the third quarter. And a great move for 15-13 to stay in this match. And it is no question that Marcus Gomez is the scorer. Goal number 9 in this match. not a good shot in the end. And Colombia has 15 seconds to maybe bring this match into uncertainty again. Can they shoot from here? No. Stolen ball, and 15-13 will be the score after 3 quarters of a lot of up and downs. We take a small break before the last 8 minutes. Last 8 minutes of this match, last 8 minutes of this championship for Singapore and Colombia. Singapore leads 15-13. All four sprints won by Singapore in this match, and a good reaction in defense gives Colombia the ball. It's still Colombia possession. And a great goal again, and it is 15-14. What a match from Marcus Gomez, goal number 10 for Colombia center. So it's just too strong for the Singapore players. Not even Syke could stop him. And now on the other side, great goal from Javier Ang. Zapata. And Zapata has a very nice shot, 16-15, goal number 3 for Zapata. And Colombia is still close. 16-15 was the result of the first match Singapore and Colombia played in this tournament. Let's see what happens now. And excellent goal after a poor defensive reaction from Colombia. 17-15. It was Matthias Go with the goal number 5 for Go. 6.5 minutes to go in this match. And a good save from Evan Sey in the meantime. It was his 4th save. A good pass on a 2-meter line, and Singapore scores again. 18-15. And Saik with his 6th goal. Go and Saik are Singapore's best scorers in this match. Out of 18 goals scored by Singapore, 11 were scored by Saik and Go. On the other side, 10 goals from Marcus Gomez. Submerged ball in the meantime. +3 for Singapore. And another attempt of a quick transition that brings them another goal. 19-15 now for Singapore. Was it Rohaizad? Yes, it was. Mario Ochoa needs to talk it out with his players. Another foul and another quick execution on the post for 1916 by Marcus Gomez again. 11 goals. That was a very nice pass from Juan Andres Gomez on the second post. and another exclusion, and the man-up situation for Singapore. Ferreira was excluded, and Singapore punishes it quickly, and it is 2016 with the fourth goal from Cho. Who was just left to come too close. 2016, and Singapore is very close to a big win. Good save from Say. Good reaction in the attack for and no luck first time, but another attempt, and this time it goes over the goal. 4 minutes to go in this match. And this time a good exit from Say. It's going to be an exclusion. From Nicolas Vasquez. He has finished the match with 3 fouls. Still waiting for the ball. Now it comes. And there is going to be a shot from Zapata, and goal number 4 for Zapata. 3 goals behind is Colombia. A little bit over 3 minutes to go in this match. Not a lot of idea what to do with Singapore. Now an ordinary foul. This was deemed a penalty in the end. And quick conversion from Chow. 5th goal in this match for Chow, and I'll dare to say that Singapore is very close to the win in this match. No luck this time for Colombia. Yuan pushing. No foul on Yuan. Ciao. Two minutes to go. And good reaction in defense from Colombia. And here comes another goal, 21-18, and incredibly it is Marcus Gomez again. You don't often see a match where one player scores 12 goals. No luck this time, we are close to the end of this match, last minute. Ordinary foul. And now a goal for 21-19, 44 seconds before the end of the match. And it was Nicolas Gomez who scored the goal. Singapore will, of course, try to find a way to waste time. 19 seconds to go. Colombia will be left with 15 seconds, and that is, of course, not enough to score 2 goals, especially after this penalty. And another goal from penalty, 22-19, goal scored by Gabriel Lowe. Third goal for Lowe, 22-19, Singapore lead. An ordinary foul, and in the end it is going to be five seconds to go. And a good reaction in the defense, and it will finish 22-19 in this match for 15th place. Singapore has won with a 3-goal advantage, 22-19, and Rio Shirahama team celebrate a win in a up and down match with a lot of changes, with Singapore having a 5-goal advantage and Colombia turning it, then losing it, with an incredible performance from Marcus Gomez, who scored 12 goals, if I counted correctly, in this match. 12 fouls from Colombia. Let's just see the scorers for the end. Next match comes in about 15 minutes. It is going to be Australia versus Brazil. See you then.
And your player of the match from Singapore with the number 8 cap, Justin Slide.
Hello again at the start of the match for the 13th place between Australia and Brazil. This is Australia team, Wolf Zarotovic Davis, Jet Simmons, Taboni Gold, Pew, Cooper Simmons, Jennison, Todic, Regan, Brown, Cox and Lazarus team led by John Fox, and for Brazil De Souza, Perner, Avalone, Winter, Peteña, Duarte, Horst, De Oliveira, José Carlos Fernandez, Capellano, Martins, De Freitas, Batista and Soares team of Brazil led by Paolo Coutinho. And let's see what happens now.
And now allow the four players for the match. In the white
Preparing for the start of the match, and this is going to be, I believe, another close encounter with the final words from the captains and everybody preparing for the start of the match. Brazil in dark caps and Australia in white. All is ready for the start of this match. And let's see who will get the upper hand at the beginning with a couple of interesting players from both sides, with Australia and Brazil with a good center position that they were using in the previous matches, with José Carlos Fernandez playing a very good match against South Africa, in which he scored 4 goals, with Martins playing on the left side of the attack as the best scorer in that match against South Africa, where he scored 7 goals for Australia. Toby Gould was the best scorer. In the match against Hong Kong, but the difference in quality in that match was highly on the Australian side, so it was not a surprise that Australia won that match with a resounding difference of 39-2. We are waiting for the start of the match, and that should happen in about 60 seconds because this match was scheduled to start at 10:30 local time. and that should be about now, in about 20-30 seconds. And we will have the first swim off in this match. Second match of the day. Next one is New Zealand, Turkey, then Hungary, Italy, and Greece, Serbia, before the start of medal matches. First swim off won by Brazil. Here is the Brazil center, José Carlos Fernandes, that has now made an offensive foul and a quick attempt to counter by the Australians. That was stopped. Martins fouled. And here comes the first goal. Regan for 1-0. Apologies from the Brazilian goalkeeper De Souza. José Carlos Fernandes with the ball, and the first save in this match for Wolfe. And another attempt from outside, but this time De Souza reacts well. And another attempt, but this time it was not a precise shot. It went outside De Souza in frame, and the ball is already on the other side with José Carlos Fernandes again, and same result again. Brazilian center was too far from the goal to have a dangerous shot. And a great save from the Brazilian keeper again. This was a good shot, good chance for Australia. José Carlos Fernandes on the center, receiving the ball again, and he manages to secure a good position and the first goal. 15th goal in the tournament for José Carlos Fernandes. Foul on Jet Simmons, and in the meantime exclusion for José Carlos Fernandes. There were two players, it was not José Carlos Fernandes that was excluded, obviously, it was another player. In the meantime, a third save for De Souza. And now Australia with a zonal defense that manages to steal the ball, and another attempt to counter by the Australian team. Quickly to the left wing and exclusion. Avalone was excluded, and Australia punishes this mistake with the goal from the left wing. That was Taboni. Brazil trying to attack with power, and then foul from Zorotovic, foul on Horst. And another foul in a position where they need to shoot. Wolf saves again. Third save for the Australian goalkeeper. Foul on Pugh. Pugh again. Shot clock coming down, and Australia will have another attack after the ball finished with Pugh on the right side. Was left to come close with a chance to pass, and a good reaction in defense from Brazil. Excellent reaction on the other side. A good save. Australia has possession again. De Souza waiting. Was this another save from the Brazilian goalkeeper or the block? Brazil plays differently, and a quick turnaround. When José Carlos Fernandes is not in play, Brazil plays much faster, and this time Horst scores for 2-2. Nothing Australian goalkeeper could do here. Excellent turn and the goal, and Australia leads again. Toby Gould, first goal in this match. And it is 3-2 for Australia, 2.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Brazil with two centers, and this was a solid pass, but it cannot be used to shoot. Brazilian centers are staying a bit too far from the 2-meter line, and now a mistake and a stolen ball with Brown in a position to be dangerous. Brown and De Souza saves. Brown was impatient this time. This was maybe a chance to wait a bit, to wait for teammates to arrive. And it is going to be an exclusion for Sam Regan, I believe. it was Jennison. And a really bad pass that gives the ball to Australia, and possession for John Fox's team, and a chance to score again. Excellent move, very nice pass, straight into the palm, and it is 4-2 for Australia. Ivan Zorotovic in the right place. No luck this time for Brazil. Last 40 seconds of this quarter, and another good arrival in front of the goal, and Australia has a 3-goal advantage with Gould again in the right place. No luck for De Souza this time. A great chance for Brazil, and they use this chance. 20 seconds to go to stay in the match, and it is 5-3 with De Oliveira scoring.
Australia
16 seconds to go in the first quarter. Pugh fouled again, and now chance to maybe shoot from outside, but another goal. It was inside, says the Brazilian goalkeeper, that the Australian player was inside 5 meters, and that was Davis. Nice shot from Davis. 6 seconds to go in the first quarter. Jose Carlos Fernandez saved by the Australian goalkeeper, and after first 8 minutes it is 6-3 for Australia.
U18 7, New York score, Australia 6, the British team 3.
second quarter starts with Australia winning possession, and good exit from De Souza. And now a chance for Brazil to try to reduce this deficit with Fernandes playing as a center and waiting for the ball. Good save again from the Australian goalkeeper. Lazarus with the ball for a second. Pass for Savo Todic. Todic into the mix, and too many Brazilian players around, but there was a foul. And the penalty. Foul from Avalone. And Todic that cannot score. De Souza saves. And an offensive foul. No luck. And the goal on the other side for 7-3 scored by Lazarus. First time in this match that Australia has a +4. No luck finding a space, but then finding space from outside position with a very nice shot for 7-4. Avalone. Nice turnaround, excellent block from the Brazilian defense in the last second. And now an exclusion. Martins, Jet Simmons was excluded. Martins on the right wing waiting for the ball. Excellent play from Brazil, and second goal in a row for the Brazilian team. It was not Lazarus, it was Soares. 7-5. No luck this time, and shot blocked. And a good move on center position, and another exclusion for Savo Todic. And Brazil cannot use it. A good save from the Australian goalkeeper. Another 18 seconds for Brazil, but only 6 of them with extra player. What can be done? Martins. No extra player anymore, and opportunity wasted. And another goal. Another attempt to find the center. That is Capellano over there. Last seconds of the attack, and a good reaction from the Australian defense. Australia has extra player for a few seconds. Can they use it? Yes, they can. 9-5. Another chance for Brazil, and they use it quickly, and it was, if I see well, Winter. Nine, 6 now. chance on the other side, but De Souza saves, seventh save for the Brazilian goalkeeper, and now Brazil is counter-attacking, and here is another chance and another goal for Brazil to stay close. Horst is the scorer, it is 9-7. Two minutes to go. Jose Carlos Fernandez forced to play as a center back now. Australia with two centers. Pew in problems. And a submerged ball, and now a chance for Brazil to maybe counter again. Could be an exclusion. No, all clear. That was Horst trying to gain advantage. Now opening the space. And here is the ball for Jose Carlos Fernandez and an exclusion. A difficult man to stop when the ball arrives. Lazarus is out. Excellent save for the Australian goalkeeper. That was a great chance for Brazil to come close again, to come to a goal of deficit. Stays 9-7, 50 seconds to go in the first half. Difficult pass, good reaction for De Souza, and Brazil is trying to transition quickly again. Difficult pass, too close to the goalkeeper, and the last attack of the second quarter is going to be by Australia. Let's see if they can use it. Pew with the ball. No foul by the Brazilians. Pew. Excellent save from De Souza. And it finishes first half with 9-7 Australia lead. Still not all clear in this match. Brazil managed to come back after a very nice Australia run that gave them a 9-5 lead. It is 9-7 at the half. Everything is ready for the start of the third quarter. Australia leading Brazil 9-7 and Australia wins the swim off and gets a chance to attack first. With two centers, that was a very difficult pass that was easily intercepted by the Brazilians, almost stolen. Martins finds an open player and in the meantime an offensive foul on the other side. And a quick attempt to counter. And a good save from De Souza again. 9 saves by the Brazilian goalkeeper in this match. Good pass to the center again, but help comes. De Souza is having a very good match again. No luck this time. It is Jay Cox now on the goal for Australia. Fernandes on center position for Brazil, waiting for the ball. Australian defense close to the center, and then this attempt from the wing finishes on the bar. And no luck for De Souza. This time a nice shot from outside for Cooper Simmons, his first goal of the match. Australia has a 3-goal advantage again. Six seconds to go, and this shot was not problematic for the Australian goalkeeper. That was Soares shooting from 6-7 meters. Left outside position, waiting for the ball, and another save for De Souza. This is save number 11. Brazil is playing in the zone again, risking outside shooting. And De Souza again. 12 save. Another corner. Can Australia find the recipe? And this time it was not a precise shot, and another chance for Brazil to try to reduce the deficit. This is a foul. Australia playing very physically in defense. And now an offensive foul. And a chance for Australia to counter. And the goal. 11-7. Goal for Todic. And it is +4 for the first time for Australia in this match. No foul now. It's still Brazil possession, but not for long. Somebody needs to shoot or find the center. Saved by Cox this time, and now a 2-on-1 counter for Australia. Finished easily. Davis. Match stopped for a second. And it looks Brazil coach Polo has challenged the decision. Is it the moment where a Brazilian player was maybe kicked in the middle of the pool? Was this contact of Australian player hand and Brazilian player head? And it was deemed no violent action, and the game continues. Challenge lost for Brazil. Almost a mistake, and it is a mistake. Australia takes possession and is trying to counter with Ashton Brown in possession. Brown and the help from defense. Soares has done something, and it is going to be a penalty. Excellent save from De Souza again. Save number 13. A good pass and an exclusion now, and a quick goal for Brazil for 12-8. Goal scored by Martins, who was the best Brazilian scorer so far, but his only first goal in this match. Australia with two centers again. Excellent save from De Souza. .227 to go. And another exclusion on the other side that finishes with another quick goal for Australia, and it was gold again. Third goal for gold out of 8 shots. Jose Carlos Fernandez waiting for the pass on the center. That's why Australia is playing zonal. Good save again. A risky shot from outside, saved easily by Cox. And it's already a problem for Brazil, but this time they managed to stop this. And another good situation for them is this bad pass that has wasted a couple of seconds for the Australian team. A bit of luck for Brazil. Ball finishes on the post. Avalone. Jose Carlos Fernandez. And this is another foul. And this is a position to shoot. A miss, and it is already Cox with the ball waiting for somebody to get open. No luck for Capellano. Souza is having a great match. This was another good save. But Brazil has great problems in offense, which is why good move from Fernandez, and he earns exclusion. And Paulo Coutinho will try to organize an attack that will give Brazil a goal and a chance to reduce this deficit. Let's see what happens. Not a lot of time left. And they managed to find an open player on the left wing, and it is 13-9. Danilo Martins, a very good shooter that did not have a lot of chances in this match, partly due to Australia taking a special care of him. And now problems already on the other side, and it is exclusion at the end of the third quarter. A good flow with the ball that finishes with Lazarus. Australia leads 14-9, 6 seconds to go in the third quarter. And another goal from Jennison at the end of the third quarter. Another ball lost. And that is it. Problems now in the pool. And that was sorted in the end. Last 8 minutes start with Australia winning another swim off. Australia very close to winning this match, especially after this Todic goal. Second goal for Savo Todic. Another good save from Cox. And Australia has the ball. And this is an offensive foul. While we look again for that Cox save. Five seconds to go, somebody needs to shoot. Too many passes, not enough shots, and time is out. Six and a half minutes to go. And another exclusion, and now a penalty. And this is a goal, 16-9, Todic again. Six minutes 15 to go. Brazil with the ball, but Brazil with 7-goal deficit. Brazil needs to start finding ways to score. But all the main attacking threats of Brazil are well blocked today. Martins used two extra player situations. Fernandez also doesn't have an impact as in previous matches. And another goal. No exclusion. And the timeout called by John Fox. Extra player for Australia. And no luck this time. Any quick exclusion. And it's going to be an ordinary foul for Brazil on the other side. Brazil with an extra player. For another 10 seconds after Jet Simmons was excluded. Martins on the left wing waiting for the pass to arrive, which should open a little bit of space for the post. They need to shoot now. Nothing can be done this late, but Brazil gets another 18 seconds. And now Fernandes doesn't score. Ball stopped on the line. 4:44 to go. And another exclusion for Brazil. And it looks like it is going to be a bigger penalty. VR images are going to check what has happened here. Is this an exclusion that is valid for a harsher penalty? That was Zorotovic trying to assume a center position. And by the look of face from John Fox, it was decided that this was appropriate punishment, an ordinary exclusion. And a good block from the Brazilians, a good help to De Souza this time. Four minutes to go. And Jose Carlos Fernandes earns another exclusion. This time it was Cooper Simmons. Excellent shot from Horst. From Avalon, actually. .341 to go. $16-10 for a mistake from the Australians, ball out of play. Another foul. And another exclusion. And a chance now to finish this, but almost a mistake. Pew was excluded. Martins, and a quick shot from the left wing. And it was Winter in the end, finishing this attack. (16-11). And Brazil will try zonal defense again, but Australia comes in quickly with two centers. And the third player also joining in to create some problems. And it is 5 seconds to go. And it is another exclusion. Petenia was excluded, but Australia scores quickly. 17-11. Gold. Very dangerous on man-up situations, and he was ready on the post this time to score again his fourth goal of the match. Another exclusion, or number 8, and it's going to be a check for a hit probably, which means that Australia could be without a player until the end of the match, but they already have a 6-goal advantage. A review of a possible violent action. And it looks like no action judged, and the game continues. 2:16 to go. There is a red card for De Oliveira. It was a violation of the Brazilian player, and now they are men down until the end of this match. And a great goal with the right hand from the right side, a very difficult position. No, it was exclusion with substitution for De Oliveira. And this was Jennison scoring his second goal. Minute 54 to go. Martins. And it is in. 18-12 from the right wing. Danilo Martins. Third goal for Martins in this match. And the save one more time. And now this was Batista on the Brazil goal, second goalkeeper. And this was not in. It stayed on the line. 1 minute to go in this match. It is clear that Australia has won this. And we will now continue after this match with the classification matches. Next one is for the 11th place, China versus Canada. And another situation that needs a review. They will see if it was goal or not goal. And it looks like it is. So 18-13. Still something is 18-13, third goal for Marcelo Winter. Last minute of this match. And another attempt to earn an exclusion, but Brazil takes the ball and are trying to transition. And Fernandez stopped again, and Brazil will have an extra player that they use quickly. 18-14, 27 seconds to go. Another goal for Martins, his fourth. Assist from Fernandez. And in the end, another save from Batista, and it finishes in Rio Mayor for Australia and Brazil. 18-14, Australia win. They have used their chances. No? What was happening? It's not yet over, it appears. coach's challenge in the last second of the match that you have won is something you don't see often. And it's going to be, from what I've seen from Cox now, if they got a penalty, he's going to give it to the goalkeeper to shoot. Still waiting for spraying. That is the reason for this challenge, because the Brazilian player was swimming towards the Australian player, and that was goalkeeper coming in, and there is no challenge in the end, no violent action, and that is the end of the match, and it is Australia win 18-14 against Brazil, with a good team effort, with a lot of players scoring 3 or 4 goals for Brazil. A lack of goals from their main players costed them a win in this match. We are, of course, continuing our coverage of Under 18 World Championships. Next match in about 10 minutes is China against Canada. That is all for today. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to Rio Maior, to Portugal, to the second portion of our morning session. It's time for match number 57 for yet another classification match, this one being for the 11th place at the World Aquatics Men's Under-18 Water Polo Championships. Today's third contest features the People's Republic of China and Canada, with both teams looking to finish their tournament on a winning note. After suffering defeats in yesterday's 9th to 12th place classification semifinals, these two teams now meet in one final battle here in Portugal, with 11th place on the line and with a chance to end their campaign on a positive note here in Rio Maior. As for the team news, when it comes to China, the same exact lineup that lost against New Zealand yesterday with the result 13-8. So it's Mao, the captain Lu, Chen, Chu, Wang, Li, Lu, Zhou, San, Li, Wang, Li, He, and Su. Those are the players at the disposal of the head coach, Zhang Yang Guo. And as for Canada, there's only one change when you compare this lineup to the one that was playing against Turkey and lost in one of those classification semifinals from the 9th to the 12th place. It was 19-15 in favor of Team Turkey. So it's King, Nedanovsky, Porter, the captain Kramtsov, Martens, Griffin, Mar, Rice, Kalbreath, Salem, Wong, Rodriguez, Low, and Courtney. So Coxford is out, Courtney is in with the cap number 15, the head coach being, of course, Andras Tseri. You probably followed the first portion of our morning session, but in case you joined us just now, prior to the start of this third match of our final day here in Portugal, the first one that kicked things off when it comes to this last day, sort of a start of a warm-up for what's about to come, and that is, of course, the medal matches. Coming up later in the afternoon, it was Singapore versus Colombia, 22-19. The match for the 15th place won by Team Singapore. And as for the one that followed, it was the battle for the classification places between the 13th and the 14th place. And it was won by Australia with 18-14 against Brazil. So we pretty much have the places from the 13th to the 20th place sorted out, not only this morning, but also yesterday. And now the remaining portion of the questions we have, talking about the classification places from the 9th to the 12th place. Well, that's coming up next. First with this match, and then the battle for the 9th place in the standings overall. That match is scheduled at 1:30 local time, PM, and it's between Team New Zealand and Turkey, just to mention. And then afterwards, the four remaining matches when it comes to the afternoon session. It's going to be Hungary versus Italy, the battle for the 7th place. Greece versus Serbia, battle for the 5th. And then when it comes to the medal matches, first up, it's bronze medal match. Montenegro versus Spain and United States of America versus Croatia in our grand final. All these standard times, like all these past few days, maybe better to say this past week. So I'm pretty sure you're already very familiar with all of these bits, but, you know, just to cut down some time waiting for the first swim off of this match, and just a quick reminder as well. Arno and Simoyan, the refereeing duo, that's the final bit of information that I have in store for you. And hopefully in around 30-ish seconds, maybe even not that much, we're going to see the first swim-off. Nualo, the player that you saw with the cap number 14 in the previous frame, in a close-up, And right after, it's Nash Porter alongside Elliot Griffin, actually one of the top players yesterday when it comes to that match against Team Turkey. Scored 5 goals in total and 1 less for the captain Kramco. So those two were definitely the top scorers talking about yesterday's playoff match. On to the first swim-off, won by Team China. And if I saw that correctly, it was Changsen Lee, the player who was the quickest in the pool in the first swim-off. Lu sends the ball to his center back. Onto the right back position. Not really sure why the little shot clock, at least the one next to the Canadian head coach, is not really working. Was it noticed now? I hope it was, because like I said, it should be working. We did start with the match, so probably that will be sorted out. Maybe swim off retaken. I don't know. We'll see. Because, you know, quite an important bit to be working. All jokes aside, like I said, when we get that sorted out, we'll continue. A bit of a technical difficulty. It happens. Nothing unusual to see. Sometimes it does. So when we shift focus from that back into the pool, then we'll see. Will Team Canada continue with their first attack of this match? Or will it be a different scenario? Because truth to be told, I think we're going to have to retake the swim-off, because it wasn't working the whole time. I did notice it after a few seconds, but like I said, it could have been that just the right one was not working, not the one on the opposite side near the China's bench as well. So on we go, back to square one. Again, it's going to be Lo versus Lee. In an attempt for the Canadian side now to secure that first attack of this match. Like I said, the battle for the 11th place and the classifications. Yep, Han Cheng Lu and Noah Lo, like I said. And right after, we're going to stop again. Well, the referee pointing to the middle of the pool. Well, not a great start, but still. Whatever it is, it's better to sort it out right away. We'll wait as long as it's necessary. Well, as I was mentioning some of the Canadian players who were on the top scoring list yesterday, we should definitely point out Yao Zhong Liu, the captain of Team China, who scored 3 goals against Team New Zealand yesterday. But as you witnessed, as you probably saw, wasn't enough for them to win the game and then have the battle for the 9th place. And third time's the charm, I guess. So the little floaty thingy on the, well, in the middle of the pool is now all set and secure. So now we're going to write, yet again, Team China as the team that gets the starting attack of this match. Lu. Han Cheng Lu gets it back to the right back position. Turnover fall was spotted there. One of the players trying to swim to the post and get a position there. Sort of a second center option there. But it didn't really work how it was supposed to for Team China. Let's see, will the Canadian side find a way to the first goal? Yep, they will. First goal of the match, courtesy of Noah Lo. If I remember correctly, he scored one yesterday as well. A great Great ball distribution from the left wing. It was Griffin, the top scorer yesterday for Team Canada. Great assist, even better of a goal to make it 1-0 in favor of Team Canada at the starting point of this match. Sun. Ball mainly focused on this right side so far. Now onto the left back. It's only 7 seconds on the shot clock. Back to the right side it goes. A good block. No second attempts for Team China. Ball safe and secure in possession of Elliot King, the starting Canadian goalkeeper. Gayfield also swims through as the second sender option there. Porter waiting his options, sending it over to the outfield line again. 5 seconds till the end of the attack. An attempt that won't go into the back of Zhe Zhangge's net, the starting goalkeeper for Team China. On the other side, a counter-attack that will be converted. There's the path towards first goal for Team China. Han Zhenlu, first goal for the player with the cap number 7. Player born in 2008. A great attempt from the center back position. It didn't go into the net just yet. There's a second attempt to do just that with now 10 seconds left for this consecutive attack, and not the best shot attempt in the end from the right back position. Staying at 1-1. Quite a bit over than 2 minutes played since that, well, twice retaken swim off. Plenty of seconds left, no shot. The ball goes back to one of the players who are now getting into the attacking zone for Team China. Low. Cross pass to the left winger. It's 3 seconds on the shot clock, and Elliot King gets his save. Look to the left, look to the right. Who's going to turn around and receive the pass? It's going to be the player on the left. Porter, extra player in favor of Team Canada. Let's see what they can do with the first power play. And Ziyong Chen is the player who gets the first personal foul. There's the confirmation of that as well. So from a 4-2 to almost a 3-3 formation, because take a look at where Kramsov is at now. And we're gonna write a 0 out of 1 as the attempts with the extra player so far, the only one not converted. Again, the player swimming in the counter, the quickest one on the right, who is here gonna get the first penalty shot attempt for Team China. A chance for them to get the minimum advantage for the first time. Elliot Griffin, the player with the cap number 6, as the one who is the guilty party here when it comes to the penalty foul. And you already saw Cheng Ji-chu, the player who goes face-to-face with Elliot King in pursuit to convert the first penalty shot, and he will. Cheng Ji-chu. 2-1 as the current result after this penalty shot, and you saw the number of goals scored since the beginning of the tournament as well. Adding this one to the list as well. Like I said, the first advantage for Zhong Liangguo's team. A strong pressing immediately from the Chinese players. Well, except for the player on the right wing, that is. Now getting a bit further back. But no center forward for Team Canada. 13 seconds for somebody to at least make an attempt to get the position there. There it is from the left wing. And there's the block. That's going to prevent this shot from Team Canada from going anywhere near Zhe Zhanghe. Turnover fall given. No chance for Team China to make it +2 for the first time. Well, it was an ambitious attempt to get the ball to the player swimming in the counter. But even if the ball was a bit further in front, probably would have been Zhe Zhanghe's possession. And on the other side, the first extra player attempt for Team China. Han Chenglu immediately getting the ball. And the player with cap number 15 being Courtney as the one who is out of the field of play for the first time. So 4-2 formation. And one of the players on the posts is the designated option. And that was a great call because now Team China, from the first attempt with the extra player in the pool, gets 3-1. Boyang Sun as the player who we saw there in the previous frame, but I think Wang should be the one we're searching for. Yep, goal number 4 for Jinhui Wang. So, like I said, penalty shot and then the power play attempt. All converted, so now it's 3 goals that went unanswered. Might even be the 4th one, but we'll see how this counter-attack will play out. Lu, fouled by his opponent. Lu finds Jinhui Wang. Back to Lu it goes. Lu opts for the opposite side of the attacking zone, but a turnover fall was given once again. Possession goes to Team Canada. And Courtney as the player we see there a bit closer up. Rice. Porter. Has Martins on the left, opts for the right back position. And from the right wing, there's the first answer after 3 goals in a row for Team China. Thanks to Darion Wong and his 13th goal of the tournament. It's now 3-2. Lu. Jinhui Wang. Back to the right wing it goes. A swing through from the left. Well, the center forward we found, well, not really. We're staying at 3-2. Seconds till the end of the attack. The ball finds the player on the right wing. Make that 5 now. A minute and around 50 more seconds in the first quarter. A chance for Team China to make it +2 in their favor yet again. Well, no counter-attack this time on the right side. A shot right after the fall that hits the woodwork, so no change to the scoreline this time. King still waits for somebody to turn around and receive the ball. It's going to be the center back. Again, 10 seconds on the shot clock. Ball is at the right, where the center forward is also turned to, but no chance to pass the ball to him. As you saw, he had 2 keepers. And the goalie, in the end, the Chinese number 13, Zhe Zhanghe, picks up another save. We enter the final 50-ish seconds of the first period, and this might have even been worthy of another exclusion. Yep, as called and as told by the referee there. Rice is out. Second power play attempt from Team China, so from a 3-3 to a 4-2 formation. You saw the player from the left back swimming on the left post, but the one on the left wing wasn't precise enough. So it's going to be 50% of efficiency with the men up so far for Team China. Final 20 seconds and a great goal from the center position. Who other than the captain, Ivan Kramtsov, player that did so much from the 2-meter line yesterday. And had those 2 goals from a rebound, so you can say the man that knows how to be at the right place at the right time as well. If you watch the match against Team Turkey, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Well, 3-3 in the final 10 seconds. So the only question is it going to be 4-3, or we're staying at the current score line? And as a matter of fact, with the final 2 seconds, we're going to see the final attempt that's going to lead the current result as it is. After 8 minutes of water polo in our third match of the day, it's Team China free, Team Canada free as well. On we go then with the second quarter. You saw the most important statistics at the very start of the break. I'm just gonna add 2 saves for King, 1 for Head on the other side. When it comes to the goalkeepers, and interestingly enough, still no 6-meter shots converted for each of the sides. The only attempt for Team Canada, talking about the power play, was not converted. 50% of efficiency, 1 out of 2 for Team China, and both of the teams with less than 40 or less than 30% of shot conversion so far. First possession for Team Canada, so it's 1-1 when it comes to the swim-offs. Seven seconds for the first attack of the second period. There's the save number 2 for Zhejianghe. Onto the outfield line yet again, all the way to the left. Porter. 2 center forwards for Team Canada. Is either of them gonna be found? Well, according to Chinese defense and their positioning, I don't really see that happening. 4 seconds till the end of the attack. Plenty of time for the first 6-meter shot goal. That takes Team Canada back into the minimum advantage. Well, I was talking about how we have yet to see the 6-meter shot goal, and there it is. First goal for Nash Porter, even though we saw Low there. Well, there he is. Goal number 10 of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. No center for Team China. Now we have 2 players swimming to the 2-meter line. Make that free, but one of them is now exiting to the outfield line. A good ball towards the center, resulting in yet another man-up situation for Team China. So Kramtsov is now out. First personal foul for him. 9 seconds to make this attack count, but that's a poor pass. Easy steal, easy interception for the player on the right wing position there. King immediately finds Porter. Porter looking over. Is anybody in the counter attack? All secured when it comes to the Chinese defense, preventing any sort of a fast break happening so far. Still Porter waiting for his center. Onto the right wing, because it's only a second now. Of course, we were expecting a shot from quite a tough position there. The captain Lu gets the ball back to his goalkeeper here. And onto the right side again. That's where this build-up is going to start for Team China. Lu, a great ball towards the center, who does the rest of the job, worthy of a goal number 4. Great assist, great goal from Jackson Lee. First attempt from the player with the cap number 6, resulting in the first goal of the tournament overall. Seconds on the shot clock. It was a lost shot that was blocked, and again that right side being the most problematic one, talking about the fast breaks. And is it the referee's whistle or is it not? Well, you guessed it, and what the whistle meant here, that is the second penalty shot attempt in favor of Team China. Han Chenglu as the player who is the one that is breaking free in the counter. Almost every single attack on that right side. Nedanovsky as the player who got that penalty fall. And it's yet again Chen Ji-chu who will not score. A great save, but no second attempts there. Thanks to good defending from Porter, who was, you know how you can describe those players, one on the left, one on the right. When it's a penalty shot taken, almost like additional security guards there. And he was a security guard indeed, preventing the second attempt for Team China, which laid foundation for what happened next. And that is goal number 5 for Canada. So 5 different goal scorers when it comes to Team Canada. Nedanovsky, Kramtsov, Wong, as well as Lo. And the same thing on the other side with 1 goal less when it comes to Team China, being Chu, Wang, Li, and Lu. Will Team China find the answer in the following attack? They have now 10 seconds to do so. Players dropping back, preventing the ball distribution to the center. And a diagonal shot that goes over the goal of Elliot King. And the referee says additional 18 seconds are now given to Team China. Because according to the referee, King did touch the ball, so there we go, from one wing to the other, because that's where the attack is gonna start from Ziming Li, who has Lu as the nearest option. There's the ball. Onto the center back position. Now it's only 4 seconds to make it count. And in the dying second, I should say, an attempt that wasn't any kind of a danger for Elliot King there. 4-5, almost halfway there when it comes to the second quarter. A swing through from the center back, so 2 center forwards make that 3 options for Team Canada. 4 seconds till the end, no goal this time. And may I add, no counter attack. Or maybe I spoke too soon. Lee gets the ball to the right post. The referee blows the whistle yet again, meaning it's extra player in favor of Team China. Low is out for the first time. Let's see how this man-up conversion goes in the remaining 6 seconds. Not the way Team China was hoping for, that's for sure. So Porter, Lee, Nedanovsky, the only scorers when it comes to the second quarter. A bit over 3 minutes to maybe add to somebody's tally or add a new name and surname to the list, who knows? And might add a new one now in this 6-on-5 situation as the captain Liu is out for the first time. From 4-2 to 3-3, and from the right post, there's an attempt. But the ball won't go in Zhejianghe's net. Team China defended themselves with the one less player in the pool. But can they build upon those foundations in the following attack? As we're waiting for their answer. That would level the score yet again. A good block, but now a second chance for Team China. We're entering the final 2.5 minutes prior to the halftime. Lee onto the left side, all the way to the left wing and into the back of the net. Number 11, being Shai Wong, is a 16-year-old player we're gonna add to the list as the new scorer. And it's his goal that makes it 5-5. Law finds the right winger. 2 meters called by the referee there, so possession goes to Team China. A bit earlier than it was supposed to, according to the seconds on the shot clock that Team Canada had. Another extra player and another quick conversion with the man up. High fives for number 7, being Han Cheng-Lu, who scores his 5th goal of the tournament, but 2nd of the match. How he broke free and found the diagonal shot worthy of another minimum advantage for Team China. We saw that in the replay, a bit better perspective of that 6th goal overall for the nominal hosts of this match. Final minute and around 40 more seconds, make that 18 more for Team Canada, as it was his intervention, meaning they get to restart with a bit less seconds than the first time, and not gonna be able to find either of the players right in the middle on the 2 meters. A risky pass, but Zhejianghe has it covered. entering the final 60, 70-ish seconds. Can China make it +2 like they did in the very first quarter? Well, they can do that, and they can do it from the penalty spot again. So 50% so far, because one was saved by King. The first one wasn't. And let's see, will Han Qinglu get a hat-trick of goals prior to the halftime? He will. Waited for the goalie to drop down. Even though Elliot King has a bit of a different view of how that penalty was taken. So 2 in a row, 3 in total for Lu, who gets the +2 back for Team China. As I said, the only time it was +2 in favor of either of the teams, it was at the very start when China had that 3 in a row run that was eventually ended by Wong on the other side. So 7-5, final 60 seconds prior to the halftime are in front of us. And it might just be 6-5 for Team Canada, according to the whistle by the referee, as Jiming Li has to go out. Again, a too quick of a pass towards the near post there, resulting now in a chance for Team China to make it +3 for the first time. Now let's see, can they make that happen in the remaining around 18 more seconds? Diagonal pass, oh sorry, diagonal shot goes wide. King calling one of his teammates, is gonna be the one on the left. Martens. Low finds the right winger. It's only 4 seconds on the shot clock. Again, it's low, and it's saved by Zhang. Less than 5 seconds. Might not even be enough to reach the ball. And with that last save for Elliot King, we're gonna end the first 16 minutes of water polo when it comes to the battle for the 11th place. It's Team China 7, Team Canada 5. 2 quarters down, 2 more to go. Prior to the answer to the question, who's taking the 11th and who's taking the 12th position in the standings overall here in Rio Mayor. 2-1 in the swim-offs in favor of Team China at the very start of our penultimate quarter, and 7-5 as a result we're entering it with as well. Exclusion for one of the Canadian players, and we'll see in a few seconds which one is in question. It's Bong. Lee gets the ball back on the left wing, and no goal from the first attempt. There's the second one after the ball bounced to the right wing position, and from the right back, there's the goal. Number 8 for the very first time. Either of these teams have +3, and it's 7th goal of the tournament for Hang Cheng-lu, the 4th one, so 50% of what Team China scored is all thanks to their number 7. And may I add that Lu is on a roll, 2 goals prior to the end of the second quarter now, yet another one at the very beginning of the third. So how we ended the second one is how we're opening the third. Martens. Lo gets the ball to the right winger, being Wang. Lo to the left, a good save for Zhangye. Another to his name, keeping the 8-5 alive. And a chance to now make it +4 to grow that advantage even more in the upcoming attack. From one winger to another, and into the goal it goes. A textbook kind of a play that resulted with the captain Lu scoring his 6th goal of the tournament. What a run for Team China. It's now 5 goals in a row that went unanswered by Team Canada. Will this run cost them the 11th place, or is it too soon to tell? We'll see. Lo. Martens finds a way to squeeze the ball to the center, but has got it covered yet again. Player swimming in the counter on the left. There's the ball, but there's the reaction worthy of another exclusion. Power play for Team Canada, as it's Lu who's out. Onto the left wing again, and in the goal it goes. 9-6, the end of that 5-in-a-row run for Team China. It should be Porter's second goal, and it is 11th of the tournament. 100% of efficiency in this match for the player with the cap, number 3. Into the empty corner it goes, and like I said, a crucial goal from the psychological perspective after trailing by 4, and your opponent just growing even more and more as each attack goes by, building the advantage. Now let's see, can they defend themselves in the next 9 seconds. Lu. Turnover fall given. Chance to cut it back to 2 goals of a difference. Lo. 4 seconds till the end. Lob hits the woodwork. A good attempt, but not enough precision in the end. In the final few seconds of that Canadian attack. Chen gets the ball to the right wing position. Five seconds on the shot clock. Fang. Now on to the attempt that's going to result with another 18 seconds for Team China. Starting off from Chen on the right side. A turnover fall spotted by the referee, so around halfway there when it comes to the third quarter. Team Canada has a chance to cut the deficit by one more. Quarter. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Somebody has to take a shot, and what a shot it is! What a shot, ladies and gentlemen! A fabulous goal by Oliver Rice. So 2 consecutive goals for Team Canada. After that great Chinese run of 5 goals in a row, they put a stop to it, and what a way to score your first goal of the match, huh? Down by 2. Let's see, will defense do their portion of the job right? Chen. 5 seconds till the end of this attack. On to the closest option on the right back, but this was, according to the referee, worthy of an exclusion. So power play for Team China as Nedanovsky is out for the 3rd time, meaning that's all from him when it comes to this battle for the 11th place. 5 seconds and a great goal from the left side. That brings Team China back to +3. The captain, Zhao Zhongliu, is the one who gets his 2nd goal of this match. (10-7) with around 3 more minutes. Well, we're gonna correct that. Nedanovsky, according to the play-by-play, is at 2 personal fouls, so he's all good, but him and his teammate Griffin have to be extra careful, as well as Courtney, because they're on 2 personal fouls so far. And in the meantime, while the focus was shifted towards the personal fouls, we have yet another goal. 10-8 as the current result, with yet another goal from Rice. Funk. 10. 3 seconds till the end of the attack. 2. And it's in. Goal number 11. Second goal, 5th one of the tournament for Wang. That gets Team China back to that 3 goals of a different zone, and yellow card given to Andras Seri, the head coach of Team Canada, in one of those previous situations. So now we got that added as well. Is this the attack where they go back to +4? Chu. 5 seconds till the end. A great interception. A great reaction, a great interception by Lo. And now back to King, onto the left side. Power play awarded to Team Canada. An immediate timeout called by their head coach. Number 11, Shai Wong, is the player who got the personal foul. And we'll see how will Team Canada figure out a path towards goal number 9. What will be the winning formula that is here? So, en route to goal number 9 with the extra player in the pool. Let's see. Lo finds the lefty on the right. Back to one of the 2 outfield players onto the left side with 2 seconds left. A great action resulting in goal number 9. The captain, Ivan Hramco, with goal number 20 of the tournament. 70 more seconds in the penultimate quarter. Now take a look at that action that cut the deficit back to 2. Less than 50 more seconds free for this Chinese attack, and the ball goes wide, but the goalkeeper did touch it, so 18 more seconds. Starting off from Lee. Seven more seconds to make this attack count. What's it gonna be? The ball goes to the left back position, and a great block prevents the first attempt. The backhanded shot saved by the Chinese goalkeeper. King immediately finds the left side. It's now only 15 more seconds. Can Team Canada make good use out of the remaining time? Not really. Final seconds now belong to Team China, and he does get the ball to one of his teammates, but time's up. 8 more minutes of water polo for both of these national teams here in Rio Mayor. 8 more minutes till the final answer. on the question that we have, and that is, who is taking the 11th place? Onto the final 8 minutes, onto the final swim-off, and this match between China and Canada. 2-1 in favor of Team China so far when it comes to the swim-offs. The referee calling for the ball. And as it seems, it was another problem there with the little floaty thingy in the pool. If that is indeed what's going on here. So, one player for each of the national teams in a battle for the first possession, and it's gonna go in the way of Team China. Oh, first possession of this final quarter with 11-9 in favor of Team China. As a result, we're entering this phase of the match with, and let's see, is it immediately gonna be the first goal? Nope, thanks to Elliot King. Good interception from one of the Chinese players who is still in the battle to secure the possession. But in the end, 5 more seconds for Team Canada to cut it back to 1. And what was meant to be an attempt to save the goal is in the end gonna gift Team Canada their 10th. Action shot goal that's gonna go to the number 6, so 9th goal of the tournament for Griffioen. And that is only 1 goal of a difference now between these two teams. Immediate timeout called by Junliang Guo. Now remember, there was a phase of this match at the beginning of the 3rd quarter when you of course add a bit of the second one. Team China had 5 goals in a row. They went to 9-5. +3 on two different occasions was what we were witnessing by the end of the third. And now Khamso with his goal for 11-9. Now Griffin with his goal for 11-10. Got this game back in those, as they like to say, uncertain waters. With 7 minutes and 6 seconds left, plenty of time for either of these sides to secure their names on the 11th place in the standings overall. An immediate answer from number 2, Yajong Lu, the team captain of China, gets them back to +2. 3 out of 3 for the, like I said, team captain. A hat-trick of goals for him, but he is not the top scorer. Believe it or not, Han Cheng-lu with 1 more to his name, with 4 overall. He's the top scorer so far. And talking about a quick response on Khamso, it's back to 1 goal of a difference. More than 20 goals scored in this tournament. And what an important one that is, the 3rd one for him. He gets the top scorer status for Team Canada. Always at the left side of the attack immediately. The same way that previous goal was scored was the intent here. But Elliot King was at the right place at the right time with his intervention. Extra player attack for Team Canada as the team captain Lou is out. Second personal foul for him. Only 5 more seconds on the shot clock. Fyun, and from the right, the ball goes over the goal of Zhejiang. Another attempt for Team China, and it's in. The head coach of Team Canada not really agreeing with the overall scenario of this action, but thanks to their number 9, Bo Young-sun, it's back to +2. There's that situation. And a great reaction after spotting the ball. The center forward of Team China, with his only 2nd goal of the tournament, makes it 13-11. Another exclusion. The center back of Team China has to go out, meaning it's Diming Li. Porter. 13-12 now. After a great assist that found Ivan Khamso, who now has 4 goals in total. A great teamwork, Spotted the captain in time, who does the rest and keeps Canadian hopes alive in this match. 2 goals in this quarter, 1 in the previous one, and at the very beginning of the match as well in the first quarter. Those are the goals scored by the captain Haramtsov, and in here it might have been enough for an exclusion, as again called by the referee. If you now with his 3rd personal foul, so that's all from him. When it comes to this match, the ball is at the right wing. There's the confirmation for that 3rd personal foul. 6 seconds for Team China to convert this power play onto the right post was the initial intent, but not the best ball passing in there prevented any danger from going Elliot King's way. Second left for this attack. Somebody from Team China already swimming in the counter. Will they convert it? Yep, they will. 14-12. And yet again, it's Sun, who is calling for a replacement, I think, there. Porter. 8 more seconds for Team Canada, and a great goal from Noah Law. Gets it back to 1 goal of a difference. A goal by goal. Not a final answer in sight just yet. Wang gets the ball to the right wing. Less than 3 more minutes. Keep defending there from Team Canada, and one of the Chinese players did a bit too much, resulting in a turnover fall. King opts for the left side of the attack. Law calling for the ball on the opposite one. Another exclusion. Another man up for Team Canada as they play with the cap number 5. Wong is out. And 14-14 thanks to this power play. All leveled once again for the very first time since those 5-5 in the second quarter. Again, it's Kramtsov's show. Absolutely. It's his goal. Well, I can pretty much say it's his goals that are keeping Canada alive in this match. Zhong Liangguo calling for the team timeout. Additional instructions to his players who, like I said, had a great starting point when you take a look at that second quarter and the beginning of the third. Had a great run. We're leading by 2 or 3, depending at the part of the quarter. But it's all leveled now, entering the final 2 and not even full 30 seconds that are in front of us till the end of the match. An exciting game. Exciting final minutes for both of these national teams. Swim through for an additional center option there from the left winger of Team China. The ball is at the right side. 7 seconds to figure out a solution. Chen gets the ball to the center forward, and that was enough for an exclusion for one of the Canadian players. Hrantsov is out for the second time. Power play awarded to Team China. A great defending from the Canadian players, a great steal. Ball safe in the hands of Elliot King. Immediately spots the player swimming in the counter on the left. A minute and around 40 more seconds. 12 of those for this Canadian attack. Porter finds the nearest option and solution to the ball passing there. Martens. No change to the score line. A minute and 30 seconds. Shot goes wide from the right back position, keeping the current score intact. But for how long? We're approaching the final 60 seconds of this match. Back to the right wing it goes. Wang, less than 8 seconds to figure out a solution now. Wang onto the left side, 4 seconds left, and the shot is blocked. Back to He. Final 30 seconds. 7 more for Team China. From one winger to another, and right into King, who gets another save. Timeout called by Andras Seri with 20.8 seconds. Still in front of us. King. 2 centers for Team Canada. And final 10 seconds. Is either of them going to be found? Wang. Back to Wang. 3 more seconds. Wang! 1.6 seconds till the end of the match. Darion Wang gets the advantage to Team Canada. Now, I was talking about how there weren't that many 6-meter shot goals. And in fact, there weren't that many, but this one is indeed the most important one today. Well, 1.6 seconds. Both timeouts already used, so a little hope for the Chinese side in their final attempt that's going to secure 11th place in the standings for Team Canada. What a match, ladies and gentlemen. China 14, Canada 15 as the final result. I did mention it a few times. China did put together an outstanding spell of play late in that second quarter. And then they carried that momentum into the opening minutes of the third, but As you saw, Canada refused to back down. They gradually chipped away the deficit and inspired above all by their captain. They managed to turn the game into a tense and closely contested battle in these closing few minutes. And thanks to Wang and his winning goal, this match goes to the Canadian side. That gives them the 11th spot in the standings, like I said. So on to the battle for the 9th place, because of course coming up next, it's Team New Zealand versus Team Turkey.
And your player of the match from Canada with number 12, the winning goal,
To the right wing, a good attempt from the center, but it's saved by Eriksson. More. Spots the left winger open for a pass. Swindles. Selby. 4 seconds left. More won't score. Another save for Deniz Kaleagasi. Less than 3 minutes till the end of the first period. 2 goals from Dan, 1 from Yildiz, and 1 from Swindles. Those are our goal scorers so far. Less than 8 seconds for the Turkish side to come up with a solution. A swim through from one of the players on the outfield line, and the player on the right spots an opening and says, why not? Efe Moroglu's goal makes it 3-2. Fourth goal of the tournament for Efe Moroglu. And from all of the possible angles, the goal that cut the deficit back to 1. Gleason. Dougal. Back to Gleason. Onto the left side of the attack. 8 seconds left. And the right post has been hit. Yildiz. Back to Yildiz it goes. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Good block. I'll take a look at that one more time from this angle as well before we proceed with the, well, a minute and around 38 more seconds of the first quarter. Schnauer. 5 seconds left. Block that prevented any kind of a danger going in the way of Kale Agassi, which opens the round to goal number 3 for Team Turkey. Big Canli gets the ball to the right winger. 2 options on the center positions. One of them now exiting towards the right wing. Time is running out. A lot of the players far off from attacking zone. And now with 3 seconds left, is it gonna be ball towards the center? Will it reach him in time, or a lob attempt in the end that, as you saw, went wide? Final 56 seconds of the first period. And there's the previous attempt. One more time in the replay. Good ball towards the center end. Might be one of the best goals we've seen today. 4-2, thanks to a fabulous goal from Zach Gleason. One for the highlight reel, that's for sure. 40 more seconds, plus 2 back in favor of the Kiwis. Ulash. Now his opponent getting the exclusion, meaning it's a male. Power play for Team Turkey. Ulash finds the player on the left. From the left wing to the right one. 5 more seconds. Back to the left wing it goes, but it hits the right post. Thanks to the player on the right post. Now less than 8 seconds still for the Turkish side to find a goal. And they do just that thanks to their right winger. Number 8 being Sarac. First goal of the match that brings it back to 1 goal of a difference between these two teams with 5 seconds to go in this quarter. So that's all, folks, when it comes to the first period. New Zealand 4, Turkey 3. On to the second period, 4-3 in favor of Team New Zealand as the result we're entering this quarter with yet another swim of one by Team New Zealand. Swindles. And a great goal after that returning pass from the right side of the attack. Haley's first goal, not the only one in the tournament as you saw, 9 of those in total. Which brings us back to +2 in favor of New Zealand. Interestingly enough, not many 6-meter shots. This one being the first from Team New Zealand, the one that we witnessed in the first quarter belonged to Team Turkey. But the thing that is their main attacking outlet, that is definitely those goals from the center positions, 3 out of 3. Not a single one when it comes to Team Turkey. Another save for Eriksson. McLean gets the ball back from Kately. 5 more seconds, the ball is at the left side, and then the option, the designated destination for the ball was their center forward, but thanks to the Turkish defense, they learned from those 2 first goals they got. Great attempt from the left post, but even better of a save there for Riley Eriksson. Gately skips more, opts for the left side again. 3 more seconds, a good call, but without a goal in the end for Joshua Matthew Potaka's side. So Kately as the only goal scorer so far in this period. Is the Turkish side gonna change that with now 8 seconds on the shot clock for them? It's Gilsoy. Again, with 2 centers, that's the Turkish attack and the idea in it. But no reaction from the referee here. Clean and easy steal for Eriksson. Kately. McLean. McLean waiting for the player on the far post there. 5 more seconds. Attempt from the left side. A great block that prevented the ball reaching Kale Agassi's goal. We'll take a look at that one more time from this angle as well, as we're approaching the halfway mark of the second period. 7 more seconds for the Turkish national team. An attempt to, again, feed the ball to the center is not going the way they are hoping for. Ball is at the left side of the attack. Another save for Kale Agassi. No second chances there for the player who was at the 2-meter line and who is there in a battle with his opponent, worthy of a turnover fall as called by the referee there. 28 more seconds of the full attack for Team New Zealand. En route to goal number 6. And the referee telling to the goal scorer that he has to go out because he lost his cap. We'll see. the correct number, I suppose, sometime soon. So Swindles should be the player we're looking for there. The scorer of the 6th goal for Team New Zealand. McLean with a great assist. The captain Swindles with a great goal that gets +3. For the first time actually in favor of Team New Zealand. 10 more seconds for the Turkish attack. And from the right back, again, the center is the player that was supposed to do the rest of the job, but the player on the left post will be the one who gets it done. 4th goal for Team Turkey, and their captain Gilsoy is another new name, or surname to be precise, we're gonna add to the list. 4 goals scored yesterday, majority of them actually from the penalty spot. And this one, after getting the ball on the left post. Sending one in from the close range to cut it back to 2. Around 3.5 more minutes, still the halftime. Dagel. From Gleason, it goes to the left. Back to the right side. Back to Gleason. Gleason saved by Kale Agassi. No chance to surprise him there. But from 28, we're cutting it back to 18 seconds of this consecutive attack for New Zealand. Moore. Send it back to Moore. Moore sends it to the opposite post. Not the easiest pass to his teammate there. Kale Agassi. Again, a great save from the Turkish goalkeeper, Gilsoy. Balkanli. Gijanli. 7 more seconds. A good ball towards the center, who draws an exclusion. Ulash as the player on the near post. On the far one, it's Pekjanli. Bazdan's first personal foul, as you see there. Onto the right side to Ulash, but no attempt from him. Good defending again from Team New Zealand. Moore. Gleason. Dagel. No change to the scoreline after this attempt, but a change to the numbers of the players in the pool, that is. Dagel has to go out. Extra player for Team Turkey. First personal foul for Hugo Dagel. Ilsoy sends it over to the right winger. Ulash. Back to the right wing, 7 more seconds, and Gilsoy hits the right post. Good reaction from Gleason, catches the ball. A minute and around 30 more seconds. And it's gonna be halftime. Let's take a look at that from this angle as well. Ten seconds for New Zealand. Make that 4 now. Shot coming from the left side, and make that a goal coming from the left side. 7-4. Number 11 being Max Norville with his first goal of the match. Brings the pass free back. Player number 11. A minute and 11 seconds left. And we'll be halfway there when it comes to this contest. And of course, getting closer to the end of our first morning session as well on the last day. Extra player attack as McGuinness is out for the first time as well. Iskan. Cross pass to the left winger being Bakanli. Back to the right side, to the near post, and it's in. Pekjanli's goal makes it 7-5. Final 30-ish seconds of the second quarter. Clean. A look pass to the center, who will be dispossessed. Here, 6-5 being yelled from the bench. There's a number of steals in favor of Team New Zealand. Good ball to the center, resulting in a penalty shot for Team Turkey. Might even be the final attempt of the quarter. We'll see. And it's in. Demir Gilsoy gets another goal. Second one for the Turkish captain. From the penalty, it's now back to 1 goal of a difference. Now 3 seconds. And a final attempt that was blocked, which means we're going to the halftime with the current result being Team New Zealand 7, Team Turkey 6. 16 minutes down, 16 more minutes to go. It's 7-6 in favor of Team New Zealand versus Team Turkey. And as for the first swim off of this penultimate quarter, it's going to go in the way of the Turkish side, who have a chance to cut the deficit and level the score for the very first time in this match. A good ball to the center. It's going to result with the power play as Gleason is out. His first personal foul as well. Conley opts for the right side, which was a good call, as Yildiz gets his second goal of the match. For the first time, the score is all level, but we will see number 3, Iqbal Conley, as the player in the frame, but I'm pretty sure it was indeed number 14. No goal from this attempt for Team New Zealand. Will Turkish side find a way get the minimum advantage for the very first time in this match? Yildiz. Not the best ball towards the center. So now the starting goalkeeper was Eriksson, but as you saw, it's Van Heerden now between the posts for Team New Zealand. Block being yelled from the bench. 5 more seconds from one wing to the left post, and this is indeed a penalty shot. Yildiz's penalty fall. And we'll see which player is ready there. It's the captain, Swindles. Swindles versus Kale Agassi. Swindles scores 8-7. As for the captain, hat-trick of goals with this one. First penalty shot for Team New Zealand will be converted. Ulash. Half of the time designated for this attack is all gone, but there's the power play thanks to the player on the right post. Selby is out. Ulash. Back to the lefty on the right wing. Now to Ulash. Immediate shot right after receiving the pass. He's gonna level the score yet again, thanks to Demir Gilsoy, the team captain. So the two captains now as the top scorers of their teams respectively. Free for Gilsoy and previously, like I said, free for Swindles. Gleason finds the right winger. 5 more seconds. Onto the center back position. A good call to get the ball to the center, who draws an exclusion. 6 on 5. A quick conversion. Yep. A quick conversion from the left wing. And it's yet again Riley Swindles. Ulash gets the ball back. Swindle's keeping a close watch on the center of the Turkish national team. The right winger trying to open up the angle. Not gonna happen. It was Sarac getting the ball to the outfield line. No change to the score line, but we'll see. Is somebody swimming there in the counter? Apparently not. So Van Heerden gets the ball to the right. Selby. Swindles. Back to Selby. Onto the right side now with a swing through for an additional center option there. 5 seconds. Not the easiest pass to receive there, which minimized any kind of a chance for the New Zealand center there to try to get the ball and do something out of it with the final seconds of the attack. Almost halfway there when it comes to the third quarter. And another extra player opportunity for Team Turkey, but it will not be used. A skip shot goes wide. Selby's second personal foul was in question. Yildiz and McGuinness are all in the same boat when it comes to 2 personal fouls so far. Another look at that miss from the right wing. 14 seconds for this attack to make it +2, and to make it +2 with an extra player even. We'll see if not both of the players get excluded. Ooh. Red card given. So number 12 is done. When it comes to this match, Alta is out. Exactly 4 more minutes. And New Zealand has an attack to make it 10-8, as you saw, confirmation of the red card, but it should be to number 12 of the Turkish side. Yep, there we go. Alta is on. Now let's see, after this missed opportunity, what's going to happen on the other side. A good block at first, but another attempt now for the Turkish players. Ball to the center, who will not score. 9-8, heading into the final 3 minutes of this quarter. Ball safe in the hands of Van Heerden. And that's where the ball stopped. Demir Pekcanli as the player at the 2-meter line, right in the in between of 2 different opponents that were trying to stop him. 2 more seconds. Is it enough time for a shot, or is it not? Well, apparently it is. And the referee says the ball was touched by the goalkeeper, so you know what that means. Two minutes, 44 seconds left in this third period. Now, when we reset the clock from 28 to 18, we may continue. 9-8 as the current result. Not a single +2 advantage in sight, but VAR camera image is what we're seeing together, which is trying to determine when was the ball released from the hand of the player on the left back position there. So we'll leave that to the experts and then see accordingly after the decision, after the VAR review, what's gonna happen, what's gonna change possibly. Is it a corner? Is it not? the final decision is no additional 18 seconds of the attack. Ball goes in possession of the Turkish team. Good attempt from the player who broke free, but not the most precise one. 2:25. Take a look at this once more. The skip shot that went near the right post from, well, at least our perspective. Well, keeping the no goal scored theme alive, I guess. 2 minutes and around 10 more seconds to change that. Gilsoy makes sure Team Turkey gets another penalty shot. And is it gonna be him that goes to the 5-meter line? It should be him, the designated option number 1 when it comes to the penalties for the Turkish national team. Now, face to face with Von Hirden. Gilsoy waiting for the whistle. Gilsoy scores 9-9. Yildiz swindles, Gilsoy swindles, Gilsoy. That's pretty much play-by-play when it comes to goal scorers. And this quarter, 22nd goal for the Turkish captain as well. Gleason. Ball goes all the way to the right wing, a cross pass to the left one. Norville gets the ball to Gleason, the nearest option. Gleason's opponent breaking free in the counter. Will the ball reach him in time? And our other players stepped up there and helped out a teammate with the player who was swimming, like I said, on the right, and that is Ulash. Possession goes back to Team New Zealand with a minute and around 20 more seconds of this extremely tight contest when you look at the third quarter. A goal for 10-9. No, thanks to a great block. $18 more seconds to do just that. Well, Team New Zealand make it happen. Done. To the right back. 5 more seconds. Shot attempt. Saved by Kale Agassi. And then it bounced to Özkan. Right in front of him. Around 40 more seconds. Ulash. From Yildiz to the right winger. Back to Yildiz, and it's saved. Well, not really saved, more of a block there. That should be the correct description of it. So now that we got that sorted out, on the other side, another save picked up by Kale Agassi, which will be seen a bit better here from this angle as well. Final 10 seconds. Change the scoreline in favor of Team Turkey if they, of course, use up all the remaining seconds. A dribble on the left, less than 3 more seconds. And the ball went wide. Not even full 2 seconds. And the final attempt that will not change the current 9-9 situation on the scoreboard. New Zealand 9, Turkey 9. And we'll take a look at the statistics and the highlights as well, coming up next. Final 8 minutes, the final quarter for these two national teams and of our morning session on our last day here in Rio Mayor. 9-9 as the result we're entering this quarter with the third sprint won by Team New Zealand. That will not get a chance to score the first goal of this final 8 minutes as well. Player on the right back dispossessed. Now it's Yildiz. A great ball to the far post, but it will not result. With 9-10 in favor of Team Turkey. Von Heerden getting a save. Ten more seconds for Team New Zealand. Player on the right getting a bit closer to the attacking zone. A chance to send it to the opposite post, and it was indeed sent there, but without a change to the scoreline just yet. 5 goals scored in the previous quarter, the most definitely exciting one so far. Another whistle by the referee. That's gonna give heads up to Demir Gilsoy probably to get the ball and get to the 5-meter line, as it is another penalty. Begin Selby and more now. Frio with 2 personal fouls, and like I said, Gilsoy as the player in question that's gonna go face to face with Von Heerden yet again. Can he keep the 100% efficiency intact? Yes, he can. 9-10. And for the first time, it's Team Turkey that has the advantage, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm pretty sure I'm not. They were trailing for the whole entire time, right up to this point, right up to this penalty shot, and overall, 5th goal of Demir Gilsoy. One more than Swindles on the other side, top scorer for Team New Zealand. Agol gets it back to the center back. On to the right winger, who tries to find the center, but as you saw, turnover foul was given. Kaleagasi. Yildiz finds the right winger being Ulash. Back to Yildiz. What was meant to be a clean interception ended up being a foul. Less than 10 seconds left. Again, Yildiz. Yildiz! +2 for the first time in favor of Team Turkey. Yildiz with a hat-trick of goals now. 14 overall in this tournament. So 3 goals that went unanswered. 2 from Gilsoy, 1 from Yildiz. As this attack, where New Zealand fires back. And what a way to answer indeed. What a way to answer indeed, with your captain taking the responsibility, dribbling past his opponent and sending his 5th goal of the match in. Back to 1 goal of a difference thanks to Swindles. As I said before, 2 captains stepping in. 5 goals for both him and Gilsoy. For one team, exactly half of the goals scored so far. For the other, almost. Yildiz doesn't send the ball to the center. Might have been a good call. And Yildiz sends one in again. Another goal by Yildiz. Specialized in these 6-meter shots. 4 to his name, getting the +2 back for Team Turkey. No look pass to the center, and a post has been hit, but a turnover foul was given, so another possession for Team New Zealand is in motion. Can they put it to good use? A great goal from the left. A fabulous goal from the left, courtesy of Max Norvell. Brace for him out of 5 attempts. On to the 4.5 minutes left. Turkish national team with an attack that can get them back +2 in their favor. Yildiz opts for a 3 in a row from the perimeter. Not gonna work this time, but there's the second consecutive attack for the Turkish national team. Back to Yildiz. A good block prevents this shot from Pekcanli. Counter-attack on the other side goes in. Counter-attack goes in. It's yet again Norwell when it's needed the most. 12-12. Ibro Crane the counter. Made sure he fires it in to level the score. Yet again, but for the first time since those 9-9, goal scored by Gilsoy. 3:58 on the big board as the time we have left. Prior to the final answer, who's taking the 9th spot in the standings. The ball is at the right wing position onto the opposite post into the net. Immediate answer from Team Turkey thanks to Ulaş. Guinness. Another exclusion, thanks to the center there being Gidan, who draws one. No ball towards him immediately. And there's the goal. With the power play for Team New Zealand. It was Yıldız's third and final exclusion. And it was Baz Dunn's goal number 3, it should be, to at the very start of the match. And this should be his third, if you remember those first 2 quick goals from the center. So now a hat-trick of goals to him, and yellow card to Konstantinos Loudis, the head coach of Team Turkey. Well, Swindles was the one who's the scorer, so we're gonna correct that as told by the official MC there as well. So 6th goal for the captain Swindles. Amazing game for him. And 3 more minutes to make it less stressful for, well, pretty much everybody, right? Ulash. On to the center who scores. Powerful answer from the center, who will bring the +1 back to Team Turkey, Demir Bekcanli. Swindles. Gleason. Dougal. Back to Gleason. Saved by Kale Agassi. 18 more seconds for Team New Zealand. Starting off with Mayo, who gets the ball to his teammate on the right wing. To the right wing. A switch of the centers there. Two options on the 2-meter line. The ball is at the left side, and a fabulous diagonal shot makes it 14-14. And who other than Riley Swindles? Which means he scores yet another and makes it 14-14. Final 2 minutes of the match. Ball is at the outfield line, now onto the left. 5 more seconds for this attack. And it goes wide. We'll take a look at it one more time. Goes over the goal. But now exactly 18 seconds for Team New Zealand to try and find the advantage, and there we go. Seventh goal for the team captain, 25 in total in this tournament. What a match for Riley Swindles. Onto the left wing with a minute and around 20 seconds left, and no goal. Another chance to do so. Let's see what will happen in the follow-up attack. No change to the scoreline. Final minute is approaching. Timeout called by Team Turkey. Final seconds of the match, 38 more till the final answer. New Zealand has the advantage, but after this timeout from Team Turkey, we'll see how good will they put those instructions into action here in the pool to try and find the equalizer. Ulash. Another extra player. Immediately the ball was meant for the center there. A bit too quick of a pass. The player not really ready, so an easy steal for Team New Zealand, who now has to keep the ball in their possession, and they're gonna get a 9th place in the standings overall. And like I said, just keep the ball in your possession, and that's gonna be it. As time's up, and it's all done. New Zealand 15, Turkey 14. So the final classification places are: the Kiwis are on the 9th spot, the best performance ever when it comes to this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. And then Team Turkey on the 10th position overall. That's all we have in store for you when it comes to our morning session. So pretty soon, the afternoon session is up next. 2 matches, battle for the 7th and the 5th place, and of course the medal matches as well. The bronze medal match and the grand final that's gonna close off this fabulous week of water polo here in Rio Maior.